Hello and welcome to the Hot Tech track of DevFest 2021. And I'm the host for this track. And for today's agenda is starts at 10:30 to 11. It is by Pradhan, who is giving a topic named Custom Track Recording with AR Code Recording and Playback API. And later on, it will be given by Zara with a blockchain and sustainability. Yeah, and then we have a coffee break. Yeah, at 12 p.m. So let me welcome Pradhan for the topics. Hello, Pradhan.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, hello. I wonder if my connection is good or not. Is it good?
Yeah, it's good.
Uh,
Okay, so this
okay.
platform is now yours. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. So yeah, hello everyone. It's good to see you guys here, especially in this amazing event, GG, DevFest UK and Ireland. So yeah, maybe the host, you can start share my screen or my slide. Uh, that I share. All right, good, cool. Thank you. So yeah, uh, hello everyone. I hope you guys stay safe and stay healthy, especially in these hard times. Yeah, but it will be really great that we can have this kind of event, keep learning no matter what happens, because yeah, we have to keep doing our best definitely. Okay, I thought there was something there. Okay, cool. So in here, let's have some fun. Uh, Anyway, in here I want to talk about something called custom track recording with AR core recording and playback API. So basically, in here I would like to tell you guys about these two APIs, which is actually recording and playback API. And with those APIs, actually in here we can use those APIs for something called custom track recording. What is it? I will tell you guys later. But first of all, it'd be really great if we can know each other first. My name is Ars Rahutama Aziz Pradana. I know it sounds hard. You can call me just Dana anyway. And talking about my experiences, I was graduated at 2018, and then I became the animator lead in a game startup. And then maybe you have heard of that before. I'm a lead of Google Developers Clubs, the first one in Indonesia, and also continuing as a web mentor in Kejar Google Developers. Continuing on as became a tech lead in VR, and right now I'm a tech advisor lead in Croatia, co-lead in GDG Jakarta, Indonesia, and also full stack engineer at PDPN, which is actually my full time. So yeah, I've kind of crossed some fields, which is really amazing because I really love learning things, especially how the world technology is built. So that's why here I am, because I want to share this amazing APIs that I just found out for AR Core. Okay, so in this talk, let's just get some straight because yeah, I got some only short time, I guess. So these points actually represents the point of what I will talk about. The first one, I will tell you guys about the concept of AR core. The second one, I would like to tell you guys about the case of development with augmented reality, especially using AR core. And the third one, I will tell you guys about these two APIs, specifically recording and playback API, what they did, and I mean what we can do about it, and something like that. And then the fourth, maybe we can know or get in make sense about how about the codes, how the code details, a sneak peek about the code, so that we can get a sense or get the image of how we can use the code, especially how to use the APIs. And last but not least, I will show you guys about the examples of the code and how it works and what's the example of currently actually production application that are already using recording and playback API. So let's continue. Basically, I will tell you guys about the first one, which is actually the AR core concept. So in here, just in case that maybe you just heard about this AR core stuff, or maybe you still didn't get it what actually AR core means and what AR core actually really do. So in here, as you can see, AR core is a technology to build augmented reality for our devices, right? And then in here, I get two examples. The first one is a AR in search. So we can use AR for also for searching the products that we would like to fine. And yeah, actually there are possibilities about this also. Much deeper about using of AR. And then the second one, we can also use for live view in Google Maps so that we can know about the direction in a more interactive way so that yeah, we didn't get lost anyway, right? We can really see a real direction with our camera, and I think that's really cool. And that's just the two of examples. So now let's get straight to the main 2 points or main two concept of this AR core. So this AR core, firstly, it's capable to building its own understanding of the real world. So this is how this AR core works. It's basically understanding the real world, and then it's like copying or duplicating the real world into its virtual world. How? I will tell you guys later. But the point is that AR core will understand our real world. So it's not like we must find some AR, I mean some QR code or maybe some image to scan as an image tracker. Nope. But actually AR core definitely scanning and understanding the whole our surrounding. And then the second one is actually tracking the position of the mobile devices as it moves, which means whenever we move, the AR core will also automatically adjusting the view, the how the AR is actually experiencing, which is really cool. So that actually we are interacting with 3D model directly. So let's jump into the first one. The first concept is actually motion tracking. The CR core actually do the motion tracking, something called as simultaneous localization and mapping or SLAM. So this AR core, how this AR core really doing about this SLAM? The first one actually AR core try to detect all the feature points, all the feature points that actually has been scanned by our camera. Or once the points has been detected, the AR core will try to connect each point so that it will make a surfaces. So from that surfaces, we can know that actually AR core already accomplished to understand our real world. And then the second one, environmental understanding. This article also really has a capability to understand our environment. It's also could possibly divide which one is flat surfaces and which one is an object like a doll in this slide. So this is, for example, uh, we can say that this AR core ignoring the doll, right? It's just detecting the flat surfaces. Why? Because that's how it is. AR core only needs the flat surfaces to be interact so that as we can see, it can just ignore the dot and just connect the points of the tables and the floor and yeah, all the flat surfaces because that's what it needs to render the things, right? We can place 3D model on that flat surfaces and yeah, or maybe other, I mean anything. And then the third one, AirCore has a capability to detect the light estimation. For example, in here, if we put a 3D object, the 3D object will be also impacted with the light and shadow based our environment, which is really cool, right? And that's will make our AR experiences more realistic, of course. And now let's jump into the second point, which is AR core development case. So this development case actually how we build augmented reality with AR core. Like for example, this is just one of the case how we do the start. I mean the story, the requirement and stuff, how it actually impacting the development for all developers. So yeah, let's jump into the some story. So first in here we can see there's James as a AR VR developer and work for AR core company, let's say. And then James have some tasks which actually James has to build some AR application for shopping mall, schools, and museum. And then the task is that AR core company will give a task how to build an AR direction guide for a shopping mall. Oh, okay, I got it. And then here are James developer starting the coding time, guys. And then of course James as a developer in his office try to mock the situation of a mall, right? Or like in the mall, there will be some things, some anything like floor and the products and card and anything, and then try to mock that so that the experiences will be really real, right? And once James has finished coding and finished mocking our situation, and the requirement has passed as expected, so that James will test it on the real place, right? Test it end to end in the mall. And then, okay, I think in the mall it's not like what it seems to be. And then James found out there's actually something need to be improved. And then James will go back again and try to start the coding time again, right? And this process keeps repeating until James think that the R application is good enough or this thing is finished. And when that time has come, James already spent a lot of time. For what? For moving to the place, to the mall and going back and keep repeating again. So, and now let's go to the next step, which is testing. So now James as a AR developer gave the product or the application to the QA tester. Hey, I get it. I finished the application. Please test it. And then the QA tester, all right, will do the same thing end to end in the mall, but probably with a different scenario that actually most developer didn't think about before. And then once QA tester finish testing and found out some bugs, hey, you got some bugs here, one, two, and three, which means the application will be goes back to the James as a AR developer, and we go back again here, keep repeating until the bug solved, which is, and after that, even after finish, and the QA tester will be has to test it on the mall again. So for example, this is like keep looping process for going to mall. I think maybe they will be really spend a lot of money for that, or maybe the cost of this process might be more than what they got as a salary. I don't know, and it's funny, and I mean it's just joke, but anyway, this has a possibility to be happen. So what we got from this actually it was such a painful process. Okay, that's really painful. That's really painful because it took time, money, energy, and a repetitive process. So, yeah. Now, the question is that how to remove the constraint of place and time of AR experiences. So, how? And here we go. Here we are. Now, this is how we can use recording and playback API from AR Core. So, what's this actually APIs to? Let's see this video first. Now, I hope this plays with the audio, but let's see.
Today, the vast majority of augmented reality experiences require users to be at a certain place at a certain time. But what if you could remove the time and place requirement and enable AR experiences anywhere at any time? Well, now you can. Introducing the AR Core Recording and Playback API, which equips you to take AR anywhere. As a developer, you can visit a venue once to record a session and then iterate on your AR app from the office or at home. You can even unlock post capture AR experiences that help you learn about different cultures or chat with your friends in new ways. What will you create?
All right, I think that's it. So I hope it gives us an overview about how these two APIs are working. All right. So actually, there are fun fact about this AR core. I mean, especially about these two APIs. When in reality, we can change the history and teleport instantly. Of course, definitely. But actually, with AR core, histories are editable and places are portable. Ignore the future, I'm just joking, but the code are real. I mean, we can really edit the history and places. We can move the places anywhere, like where, as you can see here right now, us people, I mean humans, are adapting to the current situation, right, where mostly everything has been done by remotely, but actually this article also adapting how to do this remote stuff. So this means that we can develop AR application without going into the real place time and time again, over and over again. So how? Let's see this video. As you can see in here, we are actually recording, and yeah, as you can see, the surfaces has been detected and scanned, where actually they are called understanding our real world. And once has been scanned, this still recording, and let's see when after we stop the recording. All right, it stopped, and now, okay, I think my connection is not that good. Let's play. So basically, these are the playback. We already playback a video that has been recorded. But what's really good thing is that how the flat surfaces has been detected is also recorded. So it's not just recording the video, but also how this AR core impacting the video. And now, how about if you make some change on the video that has been recorded? How? Let's put some 3D models on that. Oh, we could put some 3D models on a video that has been recorded. So this is what it means by editing. I mean, editing a history. I mean, we can modify the history of a video like this. Because in normal case, video can be modified like this during runtime, especially. But with these two APIs, we can make some changes or interaction within the video that has been recorded. So I think it's how it actually these two APIs are about. But as you can see, how about if you play the video without Excel player? Actually, and then as you can see, it will be only a usual video. See, there are no any flat surfaces that has been detected, or we can't do any modification, especially put a 3D model and other stuff. So it's just playing a usual video that has been recorded. So what it means is that we don't have to be at the time and at the place, so that we still can express the AR anywhere and anytime. I think that's the point of these two APIs. Because why? Because if you have the video already, you can experience AR in the same way like how the video has been recorded before. So that's how we call as custom track recording, where actually our recording we can custom the track or the timeline. So basically, what is custom track recording? As you can see, custom means additional data, and a track is means set of timelines. A recording means, of course, a video itself, which means this recording a video with a set of additional data timelines. So now, what is the difference between the usual AR experiences? As you can see, with these two APIs, we don't require any live camera session. So we don't have to be at the time and at that place. We just replacing the live camera that we use for AR experiences with a video that actually has been recorded. But of course, when we record the video, we have to use these two APIs. It's not just all recording video, but actually only video that has been recorded by AirCore. And then once we record it, we can play the video to anywhere, any platform, any devices, record once and play back anywhere on Mac, PC, Android, or iOS. So this recording and playing API enables us to record video and AR data once within a given environment, especially anywhere, any place. And we can use that content to replace a live camera session. I think that's what these two APIs are about. And now let's see how this works. Actually, as we can see, there are two color in here, Android player on the left and then ordinary player on the right side. So basically, this EXO player has a capability, a more capability to understand the APIs of AR Core and the dataset inside it. And then this Android is a player accessing the API of AirCore recording, and then it will try to store the data sets. What is data sets? So this is actually what the AirCore data actually impacting to the video. For example, the flat surface that has been detected, the points of the surfaces, or maybe the timing when we put a 3D model on the flat surfaces is also saved. For example, at 2018 second, we put a 3D model there, and that's also has been saved. And for as you can see, additional data means the surfaces and attached detail. This attached details is actually pretty dynamic because it depends on what user put during the recording. I think this is all about a wall. So let's jump into the code details. You can, if you like to, yeah, just make a straightforward experience. You can just clone this repository and try to run on your device, and let's see how AI core working. So first of course, we have to initialize our AR core by creating a new session from AR core itself, from dependency of AR core. And then secondly, as we can see in here, we got application, and this AR core actually got a lot of other APIs as well. So once you initialize new session, you can just access the recording and playback API. And then what's next? We can just create an app state where actually idle or maybe recording and playback. And how do we record? As simple as call the function session that start recording, and you just need to put the configuration inside of that function. And then once you finish recording, you can just make a button and then try to and then try to call a function session that stop recording. As simple as that. And then how we play, and you can just call this function session that set playback dataset, where you can pass the URL of the saved video. And let's see about the showcases and examples. As you can see in here, the first person actually recording the AR experiences. Not here. Let's wait. This person actually recording the experiences, and this person, the second person, actually expressing the AR inside his home on the table. So the second person doesn't have to be on that place and at that time. We just need to replay the video and try to do some things with the AR itself. So we finally got into the end of the talk. The summary is that first, it can reduce the effort of AR development because we don't have to be at the time and at that place. We just need to record once, and we can try debug our code with the same source of video. For example, oh, there's a bug here, and we don't have to be go back to the mall, but you can just replay the video that we has been recorded, and let's see if the bug has been solved or not. And that's how it actually impacting developers. And the second point, it makes AR testing easier for QA and for tester. Why? Because of course for the tester doesn't have to be on the place to as same as developer. The tester can just sit on his chair and then and test the application that got from the developer, which is actually reducing the cost for developer and for tester also. And the third point is also a good thing, not just for developer and tester, but also for the end users. Why? Because the end user can experiences a shareable dynamic experiences of AR, which means the user can experience the AR anywhere. For example, I'm as a user from Asia, and then we can download an AR experience from Europe, and then we can just download the experiences, and which means I can experience AR in Europe. So I don't have to be in Europe directly, right? So I think that's how this AR code adapting to this remote, because this AR code also having this new technology so that we to cause the effort of the time and place. All right, I think that's it from me, and thank you for your attention. I will get back to the host now.
I thank you, Pradhan, for giving such a great topic, and it's a good to know about new technologies. Yeah. So we have more 5 minutes if you want to say anything else.
I wonder, is there any Q&A session before this, or
Do you
I
want to
think
take Q&A sessions?
I don't know if there is any. Maybe if you guys have any question, I think we can use that 5 minutes also.
Yeah, sure.
I think there is any. There is no any question. I think. Oh, okay. I think there is some question there. All right. Should I answer it directly? Okay. Thanks for the question. Code for her. So basically, can we use 360 video? That's pretty interesting. It depends on how where you deploy this AR core 360 video. If your device is supporting 360 video, I think it's also possible. But right now, I'm not sure because I never tried that before. I don't have any 360 camera, but I think that's a good thing. Uh, the I will try to explain you about the theory. So right now we can use this AR core recording API to record the experiences, right? Which means we have to build some application from AR core so that we can use this recording API. So let's, for example, if you build an Android application where actually this Android application has a capability to record AR session, right? And you or you install that application. Maybe you have a 360 smart camera. I don't know if you use that application for recording in 360 camera. If you can do that, I think that's also possible. Because the point is that it's not about the 360 camera or not, but about how the camera that you are using when you are running the application that actually support AR core recording API. So yeah, it depends whether the camera is supporting the AR core recording API or not. If it's not supporting, so it's not possible. But if it's supporting, then you can also use the video 360 camera. Yeah, I hope this helps. I never try, but that's really interesting. Maybe it would be good for learning if you can try that. And yeah, that's really interesting. I never think about that before. Cool. Thank you for the question. Yes, we can get a copy of the slide. Of course, I will give it to the organizers and maybe how the organizer will divide the slides or maybe distribute the slides. You can ask the organizer also. Oh, no, currently I'm just using for the question from Joseph Rowell. Thank you for the question. No, I didn't use any or slam in conjunction with this. It's just basically as simple as AR core theory itself because the AR core actually just use the basic slam of the concept of the theory, which means I'm not modifying any of the technology inside the AR core. So basically, it's a behavior from the AR core itself where we do a recording. The AR core actually has a behavior about this slam methodology. So I didn't do any modification, especially with this conjunction with the ARP slam. Yeah, okay, I think that's it. Code for her. Yeah, you're welcome. Good to try. I'm really curious. If you have any 360 camera, you can use that also. That's pretty interesting. I wish I can try that. I'm actually curious now. But in theory, as long as you're using a recording API, it works. Yeah. All right. Is there any question? before. I think we got some minutes, 2 minutes, I think. Hmm. Okay, okay. There's a new question. Have you got any projects that you would recommend looking at? Yes, actually, they are currently deployed or maybe in production project that actually using AR Core for this recording and playback API. But I forgot what's the application name. But maybe you can try to search on the Google. There is in the Play Store. You can try to search. The point of the application is that we can make interaction with other people with AR experience. So we can record that experiences with 3D model, and when we talk, it is recorded as well as the AR experiences. So when we share the experiences to other people, your voice, your talk has been recorded, and the AR experiences will be played by other person. That's the point of the application, but I'm sorry I forgot the name. But maybe you can try to look on that, and that's really already uh, in production in Play Store, and I think many people use that also, but I didn't use it, so I forgot. But you can try to search on. I think that's the point, so that you can get a sense of these two APIs, how it works in production, and yeah, how to use it as an end user. All right. Is there any other question? All right. I think there is no other question. Maybe host. You guys any have any other question? You can reach me out on anywhere on LinkedIn, or you can just type my name and you can find me and you can send me a message. Also, if you didn't get any slides, just in case, you can also reach me out and I will give you the slides directly. Yeah. So I think that's all from me and the Q&A. I think there is no any other question. Maybe host, you can take over again.
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much, all of you, to attend this session, and thank you, Pradhan, for giving such a great speech and information about air. Yeah, and
Yeah, thank you so much.
now, uh, thank you. Okay, so we have another guest who is giving uh, on a topic at blockchain and sustainability on by Zara Zamani. But let's wait for her. She is joining us soon. Hello, all. Welcome back from the coffee break, and let's see what's our next agenda for today. Okay, so now we will start with Embrace the Kotlin Ecosystem at the Backend Side by Pauline, and we have our speaker with us. Hi, Pauline. Are you able to hear me? I think you're mute or your voice is not coming. Pauline, are you able to hear me? No? Maybe audio is not connected.
Let me see. Can you hear me
Y-
now? Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
now I can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. I can't still hear you, anyways. But if you're able to hear me, I will start the presentation then.
Y-
Yeah, I see you're nodding. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
sure.
guys. Technical
It's
problems.
okay,
I
and
guess
yeah, it's
if
fine.
you can put my slides into the presentation, I can't hear you still.
Sure, sure.
Um, it's really odd. Yes, awesome. Let's try it like
So
this then.
this is your
Um,
platform now? Yeah.
can't still hear you actually, Charmy. So there we are. So welcome to my presentation about Kotlin's ecosystem at the backend side. I'm Pauline van Als actually. I'm a software engineer at Open Value. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm a co-host at the Barcoding podcast, which can be oddly found under the Twitter handle coding_bar. And I'm really in love with programming. I do it a lot, even next to my day-to-day job. I'm a Google developer expert in Kotlin as well, as of I think top of my mind September 2020. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, why even build a backend in Kotlin? Lots of programmers will come from Java or even .NET, and well, maybe think about moving towards a Kotlin backend. So why even do it? As I'm presenting most of the time in front of Java developers, I would like to approach the challenges that you will face coming from Java, and then, of course, where to choose from. So, if you're building a backend in Kotlin, you will have to think about application frameworks, HTTP libraries, dependency injection frameworks, and database libraries. Maybe all of them, maybe a few of them. Kotlin is well known for its Android development, but it's very interesting to see what you can do with server-side development. So why even build a backend in Kotlin? Actually, because of the advantages of Kotlin, of course. The readability, the maintainability that Kotlin will offer to your code base is amazing, and that's why actually having Kotlin in mind is very important. Concurrent programming, think of Kotlin coroutines, for instance. If you need that in your use case, it's very useful to have a look at Kotlin as well. Lightweight applications. If you need to have lightweight applications that consume very few resources, then Kotlin will be your friend as well, and some of the ecosystem frameworks will be there as well to help you out. And of course, the use of DSLs, known as domain-specific languages. So, when you're coming from Java and the JVM world, there are some challenges ahead. If you remain in the Java ecosystem, you'll be faced with the fact that a lot of Java frameworks are using a reflection, and it clashes with the immutability principles of Kotlin. Then again, Java frameworks will also proxy a lot of classes, which clashes with the principle of Kotlin. Kotlin willing to have a lot of final classes, and of course nullability. Kotlin doesn't really like nullability. Well, everything in Java is nullable, of course. So where to choose from? Dependency injection, as I said, is something that you might want to use, especially if you're from the Java side, where a Spring is highly depending on dependency injection, or Java EE, for instance. Yeah, our world is composed of data, so database libraries very important to have a look at it. ORM frameworks, HTTP libraries, and application frameworks. So dependency injections, there are three candidates that you can have a thought of: Dagger, Coin, and Spring. So Dagger, I've never worked with it, but it's very useful to consider it, and that's why I mention it here. It's based on Java EE, so if you have a look at the documentation, you will recognize some of the annotations and terms, concepts that Java EE will use. It generates code during compile time, and you have some compile options to tweak that a bit. Coin. Coin is based on interfaces, where as a developer you can choose your different implementation strategies that you want to use for one bean or another. You can also organize dependencies using modules, and then of course choose the implementations. And it also knows the scopes, such as single, factory, and scoped for your beans. So that will look familiar with a Java EE or Spring framework. However, the syntax is different. So in the first code snippet that you see here, I define a recipe service where I want to inject a recipe repository. I just want it to be one instance all the time in my application, as my repository is connecting to the database, for instance. Well, then I can define a recipe module that I want to be created at start. At start, I want to create my database connection. So that's the created at start property here. And then I define my singleton recipe repository on this first row. The first arrow is pointing at it. And then the second line of code, I'm injecting that into my recipe service, or at least not yet, I'm just configuring it to be injected. And then in the third snippet, I'm defining some routing. This is in a particular application framework in Kotlin, where I, using the by inject syntax, I inject my recipe service, which will actually allow me that on the post, on the path recipes, I'm calling an insert. Easy as that. So that would be dependency injection with Coin. However, with Spring, if you're coming from Java, Spring will be well known to you, and there everything is annotation based. Spring beans are not final. It's completely testable, as a lot of testing frameworks are relying on Spring, and it also has a Kotlin configuration DSL, which I won't show here, but Spring is developing it and proposing it since a while. And it will look like this. You will define your two annotations to, for instance, boot your application, have a component recipe handler using the component annotations. However, you need to declare your components as to be open, as Spring wants to proxy your beans. There are some Maven plugins to do that for you at compile time. However, I like it personally to make it explicit and to use the open keyword. It makes it explicit for everyone that the class won't be final there. And you also have specific annotations like in the third code snippet using the add repository. So some HTTP libraries, HTTP4K, by Kotlin for Kotlin, Ktor HTTP client. Ktor is an application framework and it has a HTTP client library as well, and of course the Spring REST template. So the first two are developed by Kotlin developers for the Kotlin ecosystem. Well, let's start with HTTP4K for Kotlin. It's a very lightweight, and it's full Kotlin. So it's developed in Kotlin for Kotlin users. You can, for instance, define a class which will have a client initialized in or put into, and then with using lenses you can serialize your database or your data transfer objects, and then using that client you can do your request and reach your response. Then there is a Ktor HTTP client. It looks a bit different. Ktor, developed by JetBrains, full Kotlin as well. And then your client will look like this, where you initialize your client, you do your request using a URL, and then you have some kind of DSL where you can define your method, which is a get in this code snippet. And you have some utility methods to check if the response is successful or not. Then there is the HTTP client from Spring, which obviously will integrate with the rest of the application of Spring, and it has solid deserialization of your requests and responses. So that's something to keep in mind as well. If you want to remain into the Spring ecosystem, Spring and Kotlin will work together hand in hand. And then it will look like this, where you can define your bean, being a REST template, and then have a component, which is a recipe client, which is getting the REST template as dependency being injected. However, as you will see in the second code snippet in my function fetch recipe, the serialization or deserialization of my entity will go using Java, so declaring my recipe class as a Java class. So that feels kind of hacky. However, Spring, I have to say, I haven't said it yet today, but Spring is really hopping into the Kotlin train. So Spring is a very good candidate, and those things will likely to be improved. And then the third topic, a very important one, are the database libraries that you would be able to use in the Kotlin world. So there is Exposed, and developed by JetBrains, I think. Then there's Joke. Joke is known from the Java world as well, but also proposing some Kotlin features. And then there is Spring. Points of attention using your database libraries ORMs is, first of all, is the query language suitable for your needs? Can you express your queries using this or that framework? Using coroutines, you want to make sure that the library is reactive or asynchronous, for instance. Otherwise, your whole code and application will be asynchronous until the part that you retrieve your data, and then you will have a blocking part, which feels awkward as well. Then let's start with Exposed. Exposed has a full DSL developed in Kotlin for Kotlin users, and it supports database dialects such as PostgreSQL, MySQL, Oracle, and so on. So Exposed will allow you to connect to your database, of course, using, for instance, Hickory, and will also enable you to define your schema into your database. I'm now talking from someone who's, I'm actually working a lot with relational databases. That's why I'm talking about schemas. So, for instance, you have your DSL to define your schema. And then you'll be able, using Exposed, to describe your databases using a database access object and defining your table using an object actually. And then in the first code snippet, you will see how an insert will look like, where you can insert a row into a table, basically. Nothing more, nothing less. And in the second code snippet, you will see that the DSL that expose will show you, or expose will propose to you a DSL that will help you to write your query where you want to find, in this example, a recipe table. In the recipe table row with the name equal to the name defined by the function. So it's a bit more readable than some other frameworks. Let's have a look at Joke. It's from the Java world. It has Kotlin integration, however, it doesn't have a DSL. So Joke will build up its queries using a whole chain of methods, actually. So more or less in a builder pattern. I don't have a code snippet for that. And for Spring, well, Spring will then be annotation based again. So you in the first code snippet, you will see that I can use a data class from Kotlin, but I need to annotate it with the table annotations. And in my constructor parameters, I need to annotate my ID, for instance. In the second code snippet, I will use the repository annotation to indicate that an interface is a repository. However, in the second code snippet, I'm extending the coroutine CRUD repository interface, which will actually have a return type to my queries, which can be a flow, which is one of the objects of the coroutines. So there I have my asynchronous connection to the database. So that's really awesome. And then there are application frameworks. So first, I have application framework. There is an application framework, Ktor, as I said, developed by JetBrains, full Kotlin. Then there is Micronaut and Quarkus, between brackets. They're following each other in the innovations. Both are supporting Kotlin as well. GraphQL, of course, and Spring. So Kotlin or Ktor, very lightweight, developed for Kotlin users, configuration with a DSL, domain-specific language, and can only be used with Kotlin. So if you're looking for a hybrid solution with Java and Kotlin in the same application, Ktor won't be suitable for you. So some code snippets on how you can define and configure your Ktor applications, for instance. In the first code snippet, I have my main object, my main function that will boot my application, where I can connect to a database, initialize the database on the second row. And this third statement is just starting an embedded netty server on port 8080 and calling to load the module recipes in this example. And it will actually start and wait until it's fully started. So I can configure that all just using this. So no configuration files. This statement, the first code snippet, is enough to configure my application. And the second code snippet will actually show you how you can, for instance, define your repositories, but also define your content negotiation using Jackson in this one. And also define your routing. So where are my endpoints in my applications? How does it look like, such an endpoint? Well, you can define a route like this, starting on the API path and then going to the recipes path. Micronaut, those points also hold for Quarkus. Micronaut will help you to develop your functions. It runs on GraphVM, so really lightweight, really efficient applications. And using the Micronaut CLI, you can actually initialize your code base using Kotlin, in Kotlin. So that's great. And that will have a look like this. So if you want to have a request handler for Micronaut, yeah, you will have some really proper Kotlin code generated there. However, the classes in the serialization of the Micronaut endpoints are not really feeling Kotlin-ish, as the variables will be nullable. So, and then Spring, of course, has an application framework where Spring Webflux is awesome if you want to use coroutines. It's an industry standard, and Spring is approaching Kotlin more and more. So more and more language features in Spring will be suitable to the Kotlin world. So this is how Kotlin will look like with with a Spring Boot application. So the open class to boot your class, your application. So your class need to be defined as open, as otherwise it will be final. Just a general method called main to boot your application. And in this second code snippet, a repository. This code snippet I showed it already on the database part. Then for GraphQL, that's really great. Developing your GraphQL application, you can actually use you have two options in Kotlin. The HTTP4K GraphQL module, which can be a good option if you're using HTTP4K elsewhere in your application. And there is a Kotlin library from the Expedia group, also for GraphQL. So to summarize this presentation, there's lots to choose from. Kotlin is not only a language, it's an ecosystem on itself. And if you're using those Kotlin frameworks, your code bases will change. It will have a different look and feel than Java. A different kind of techniques and language features will be supported. So there's only one thing left to do is to embrace the Kotlin ecosystem and develop some really awesome applications. So that was it, guys. Welcome to the Kotlin ecosystem, and thank you for joining. Are there any questions? I guess that can be put into the chat or in the comments. Hey, I hear you.
Okay. So, hi. Yeah, now you can hear me, yeah?
Yeah. Now I can hear you.
Or still you have an issue with yeah.
No
Yeah.
problem.
So thank you for the session. I don't think so anyone have a question right
No problem.
now. Mhm. So it's a great session with you. Yep. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
You too. Bye. So we have another session with Dimitri, and we are waiting for the speaker. Yeah, they will join us soon. Thank you. Hello everyone, and how are you? And nice to see all of you after lunch break. Hope you have take your lunch. And for now, we have agenda is for like two meetups, two not meetups, two sessions are lined up, and it was a great session. Starting with the product personalization using user's choice by Namrata, and let's welcome her. Hi Namrata.
Hello. Hey everyone.
Yeah, so please let us know about yourself first.
Sure. So hi, I'm Namrata More and currently working as a technical product manager. And I'm working on personalization as a project currently in my company. And I've learned this via communities, via GDG, via WTM. And specifically speaking, Women Developer Academy was somewhere I learned personalization for the first time. And I thought, let's share whatever I know. So yeah.
Okay, so now this platform is yours. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, so yeah, that is what I said. I'm a Women Tech Maker Ambassador Pune, GDG organizer in Pune, and I've been a speaker, mentor at many places. So whatever I know, I try to share things, stuff, whatever I learn. Every day we learn a lot of things in tech and industry, and just trying to share it all with everyone. So what today we're gonna do is first understand what the problem is. The problem, as in, what are problems in general? What are problems for a tech industry, for any industry? Then we'll go to personalization and recommendations. Why do we need it? Where do we need it? How it goes on? Then we'll go for a few types of personalization. For each, we'll understand a basic flow, algorithm, source code, and a little bit of application where it is currently there in big brands that we all know, we all use daily. So, and then some real life examples. So, I think we're good to go ahead. And yeah, so, what the problem is, okay? So, why do we want personalization, or say why was there a need for personalization? I'm a TPM, I'm a product manager, and for a product manager or for any product person, the basis of any new thing should be why are you doing a particular thing. Like when I say personalization, why do you want to do personalization? The reason is the people around us, we all of us are so different. A user never knows what he exactly wants, and if you as a product manager are giving a user what he exactly wants, then you're not a product person. You are just a ice cream seller maybe, who definitely will be in profit, who will definitely see people smiling and happy around, but you'll never gain as much profit as when you actually try to understand what the people need and not what a person wants, right? Because people themselves doesn't know what they want. When iPhone at the first time was launched, no one knew someone wanted these amazing features, but the Apple team comes up every time. They come up with such amazing features. After they come up, we're like, yeah, this is a really nice feature, maybe I can use it, right? So the problem is not what is existing. The problem is something beyond our imagination. First, as a PM, we need to understand what the problem is, and then we need to try finding solutions. Don't directly go to the solution. So obviously user never knows what he wants. It is difficult to predict which other thing the same user would like. It is like me, I am Namrata, I have a friend Sanjana. So not necessary if we both are really good friends, if we both are really been in the same environment from childhood, doesn't matter. My choices and her choices may be different, right? So if a particular thing, if you're designing a particular thing for me, doesn't make sense, doesn't really exaggerate. It should be nice or be really amazing to her. We have so many perspectives, we have so different choices, and that is how you should think of when you move to a solution. And of course, because of the very messy and unpredictable nature of all of our taste, we can never perfectly predict what a user wants. So obviously, when you try some product, when you try out some website, some application, something for the first time, not necessarily the person, any one of us would actually like that thing, right? So for the first time, you just need to analyze things. First time, you just need to analyze what works, and whatever works, just improve that and take it ahead. So that is what the problem solving technique is, and these are the problems that we have. These are the reasons why we should have personalization. So where do we have personalization? These are big brands I think we use every day: Amazon, YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, eBay, Flipkart. These are brands we use very commonly, right? And these show you recommendations on their websites, applications, and these are just taglines that they use for recommending, like Amazon inspired by a shopping trends. So when you open Amazon, they'll show you inspired by your shopping trends and give you some recommendations. And most of the time, I think, at least for me, these work a lot. And these are the reasons why I chose to learn this topic, because this topic is really interesting. This topic is very deep. This is not something we can learn in like half an hour. Today I can just go through why should we learn this, and a little bit of algorithms where we'll understand the small concepts. And I think when we understand small concepts, when we like a few concepts, we go in deep and understand. So let's just go to how this works overall. So yeah, first is a user. Like if you see the one sequence wise, let's go for sequence wise. User, click, click, click. We go to a website, we go to an app, we click something. Second is when we click to buy. Like first is click, click, click. Then we buy. That will again come to the user. When we do click, 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 that goes to the, like, we click, we buy, we get the product. That is the journey that the user follows. Now what happens in the backend mein the click goes to the tracker, the click goes to the recommendation engine. And what does the engine do? Engine first tracks the click, then it goes to the system. The system analyzes it on the basis of a lot of parameters that we'll be seeing ahead how it does. There are a lot of types of recommendation engines we'll see ahead. Then for a particular user, one, two, three, that is A, B, C, it analyzes differently. And on the basis of that, the recommender is a system which works as per the given algorithm, and it gives the website of what you like, or what you see, or what you buy, you click. And then it again recommends you a similar product, not the same product, again not the same product, a similar product that you may like. And that you may like, if you see these quotes, it's not saying you take this. It's saying you this is something you may like, inspired by your shopping trends, or see what's next, or recommended people for you, or Facebook people you may know, right? So and this works, this very common. So how it works from the data side is, from our web, the API call is taken, the data is collected, the data collector. From there, it is queued in the data processor. So the processor basically, whatever data they have is sorted. It gives some logic is applied to it, some algorithm is given to it, and on the basis of that, data stores differently. So now, when the data comes, I may click 10 different I may click 10 different products. Now 10 different products go to the system. It cannot give me 10 different suggestions at the same time. So it will distribute itself. It goes into 10 different stores. And after that, when the message delivery service, that is this is just an example. So this is for CleverTap message delivery system. CleverTap gives you notifications. That's why it has a message delivery system. But when it comes to something like an e-commerce website, it'll come as a recommender to buy. When it is related to some public website, right, like Facebook, LinkedIn, it'll give you people you may know. So the end product is different for every recommended system, but the recommended system remains the same. The logic applied is the same. So yeah. And why recommendation systems? Again, because 35% of sales at Amazon is due to the recommended content. 35% clicks on Google News. If you see Google News, most of the recommended things are what you see daily. Whatever you see daily, they show you some similar content. And two-thirds of the movies watched on Netflix, all of us do watch, I think, are the recommended videos. Most of us do that, right? We get something recommended, we just find out what we have next, and then we click on it. So that is how these huge companies are working. So that is why I think, and why learning this, because you can implement this in your own website, on your company's website, just suggest them for something really amazing. So types of recommended system, we have three types that we'll be going through today: content based filtering, collaborative filtering, and hybrid. So content based filtering, let's see a very simple basic flow how it works. Okay, so user is me. For example, I am a user. I have read a book, say Harry Potter. Okay, so book A is Harry Potter, is read by me. Now there's a similar book. Harry Potter is a fiction book, right? There's a similar fiction book, say Alchemist is also a fiction book. Harry Potter is also a fiction book. Now I am a user who read Harry Potter. There's a similar book as Alchemist. Alchemist will be recommended to me. So here the content is compared. We are learning content based filtering. So this here the filtering is done by content. Alchemist and Harry Potter are fiction. I read Harry Potter, that's why Alchemist is recommended to me. Very nice, right? I may go to Kindle and buy that book and read, because it's showing me something similar to what I read, to what I like, right? How this works from backend is, there are 4 users, for example, and there are 5 books of different themes. Now I want to understand if the second user should be recommended book B, that is Harry Potter. Okay, how will the algorithm, how will the book analyze if you see the question mark is that second user Harry Potter, should it be recommended or not? This is the question. What do we do? Okay, they've taken first and Harry Potter. Fine. So, user one, comedy, thriller. These are the two parameters they are considering for the book and the user, right? So, comedy and thriller. Okay. So, comedy. User once likes comedy or not has a 4. That means he likes comedy. 2 is and user 1 likes thriller or not, 0. Okay, now similarly we'll go to the book. Harry Potter is comedy or not, they've given 0, and Harry Potter is thriller or not, 3. Now what we do is, if we just analyze it right away, we'll understand user 1 and Harry Potter should not be given. What we do is 4 is compared to 0. So 4 into 0 plus we add the thriller user 1 with the second parameter into the second parameter for the book. So this is how you compare, and whatever answer you get, that will be your matrices calculation. So here if you see this 0 and 4, this 3 and 1. So you multiply this and add it. So 0 plus 3 will give you 3. So this gives you a value. So 3, 0, say 1, 2, 3, 4. You get some values after calculation, and after calculation you divide all the numbers by 8 to round it off, and then you get a certain value. And with this value, you are in the system actually defines if they should take this ahead, like they should recommend this to the user or not. And on the basis of these values, the recommended sequence works. As I said, I click 10 things. What should be recommended to me exactly will be dependent on the number of value, like the value increase or decrease. So if it's 0, obviously that won't be recommended to the user. If it's 1, it will be, say, at a later position. If it's 3, now here if you see 3.5, the user 3 will be recommended the third book Moonlight at the first, because that's 3.5. If you see user 3 completely, first will be the third book, C book, that is Moonlight, then it will be shown Alchemist. So that way it goes. So it will basically show you how the sequence is given as per the value. Yeah, so this is the logic that we understood. Now let's go to the source code. We'll go very fast because we don't have a lot of time. So, okay, what are we comparing? We're comparing content. So given a book B1, find the most similar book, right? Set the best score at the starting to 0, so that we start from the very basic. For each other book B2, so for the each other book B2, we'll match score 0 first. For each other feature, compare B1 with B2. B1 and B2 are the books, right? So with that feature, we'll compare B1 and B2 like we did here. And after that, after the match will increment if the match score is greater than the best score. Best score initially is 0, it will be incrementing, and if the match score is greater than the best score, then the best score, that is the best score, will be B2, or else it will be same as the match score. So what you do is, you have two books, you compare. If this book's feature and this book's feature is the same, then you increment it and you give this as a recommendation to the user. If it is not, then you go to the next feature or the next book, right? So this is the very basic algorithm. You just need to understand the logic a bit. Second, first was where we compared the content, right? We compared if the book Alchemist and the book Harry Potter has the same theme, that is fiction, and then we recommended. Now collaborative filtering. In collaborative filtering, we compare the users, not the features. So here, if I as a user, I'm liking Harry Potter, for example, my friend user B is, for example, my friend Sanjna. Now she likes, say, some biography. Now I'm liking fiction and she's liking biography. We are not similar users. But for example, I am reading Harry Potter, and there's another friend of mine, Siley, who is reading Alchemist. Now, we both are similar users because my book and Sanjana's book, the books do not have a similar theme. But here, the similar theme, yeah. So we both are similar users. So now my book will be recommended to her, and her book can be recommended to me. This is how the cycle works. Here, we're comparing the users and then recommending it. Now, if I read a book A and there's a similar user like me, then A will be recommended to her. This is how collaborative works. Collaborative is comparing users and recommending. So, collaborative filtering, if we see, if we go to the third user and see, then 0 0, wherever we have 0, you just cut it down and then you get the values, and then you recommend the user as per your compared feature. And obviously, the more data we have better recommendations. So whenever we work on recommendations, we usually go for collecting a lot of data, because the more data you have of a user, you understand the user's perspective, what the user exactly wants, because then we get the values defined more accurately. Like like if I have just two things, and then if we compare, and if I have 10 clicks of a user, and then if I compare, I get a very definite amount of value, and then with that, I think we can do much more better. Here, how the source code works is, user A, given a user X is me, for example, recommends a book that X might like, that is, I might like Harry Potter. For all books B, set score B pehl, like starting, let's just keep it 0. Then for each other user Y, I have two users. If Y's preference matches X's preference, like I said, Sanjna does not match my preference, Siley matched my preference. So this user is similar user, increment B for that Y likes. So for her, the book B will be incremented, and that is when this find the book B highest score and return it. So highest score is Harry Potter, will be recommended to her. Correct? So this is how it works. And collaborative filtering is used by such amazing apps and web applications we have, like youtube uses collaborative filtering. YouTube uses more of hybrid filtering, but initially it started with collaborative filtering. Reddit, if you know, where we get articles and really good content, there also, if you see, collaborative is done a lot. Similar users get similar content to read. And Amazon, very big brand, where we all shop a lot, and I think you always get some similar matches. And most of the time, at least for me, this works. These similar matches are exactly what I want. So yeah. Then let's go to hybrid recommendations. Hybrid isn't a very complex concept to understand, but it is a very complex system to design, because this includes both. CF is content based filtering and collaborative filtering. So content based filtering and collaborative filtering, both when combined as a combiner by the system, then it gives you a recommendation system, which is hybrid recommendation system. So here the logic goes like the similar to zeroth law. If you know, if A likes B and B likes C, then A likes C. So it goes that way. But the only difference is here, similar users are compared, and at the same time similar content is compared, and the preference of the user and the preference of the content is then recommended to the user. So the system as a whole is very complex, but again, there's a very high tech supervised machine learning. So obviously, when you say recommendation system, the systems work on machine learning and AI. And supervised machine learning is where you give a lot of algorithm rules to the system to understand, train data, test data. You have a lot of data. First of all, you need a lot of data in hybrid recommendations, because you can't just predict with very small amount of data from the user. Once you have okay, so initially, if you want to design recommendation system, first you go for content based or collaborative filtering. Then once you collect a lot of data for the use from the user, then you train that data, you test that data, you get a lot of validations, and post that you go to hybrid, where you combine both of them. Also, uh, there are a few features where recommendations in the recommendation system, content based will work really amazing, and there are a few features where collaborative will work really amazing. So you may also have two different trials on your website and applications for different features. Once you get a lot of data, then go for supervised machine learning and for hybrid recommendations. Hybrid recommendations are followed by a Flipkart, where you get people might be interested in, and obviously Netflix, which is an amazing recommender system. Twitter also uses this, and yeah, I think that is it to understand the logic of the three. Now let's understand a few very small concepts which you need to understand after you start with your system designing. Product cold start and visitors cold start. So what happens is, you designed a system which will be used when you have users data, when you initially launch your product. Now if you have a system ready, you kept your system, you have your system starting for anything and everything. Product cold start and visitor cold start is when a new product is introduced in your system, or at the same time a new user comes to your website or application. When a new product comes in, you have no idea about the feedback of the product. For example, Amazon added new product to the whole. There are two things. New product is added, you have a lot of background information about the product. That is, you have description, you have theme. Like I said, when Alchemist was introduced, we had a say keyword as fiction, and that we linked that fiction word to Harry Potter, and then we recommended it, right? So we use content, we use description of the product, we use domain of the product, and with the help of that, you can launch a new product and cold start it. So new product on the platform, we can use content description of it to launch it, because we don't have feedback from the user. So here you cannot do content based filtering. Here you can do collaborative filtering. You have users who are similar, you can compare their their similarities and their fiction and their keywords and then recommend. Whereas visitor cold start is when a new user comes to your web or app. Here, when new user is in data set, popularity based approach is something which you can do at the very initial position. What you can do is you can recommend that person something which is going trending, like Twitter does. If you log in, if you sign in on Twitter, it'll give you whatever is trending right now. It will show you whatever is trending, and then when five trending things are shown to a user and user clicks on something, from very first click we get exactly what the user wants, and then we start recommending him from that very choice. So yeah, that is how it works. Then yeah, this is just a recommended system, but Netflix big data works. This is a lot of feedback system, because feedbacks is where you get a lot of data which you can use somewhere really nice, like ratings, searches, browsing history, watch history, nature of the show that the user is doing, devices, even in the base of devices you can make cohorts of the users and then recommend them something different every time. So, what all did we cover? We studied recommendation engine. What and why should we have recommendation engine? We studied the tech giants like Google, Amazon, YouTube, Spotify, LinkedIn, Netflix use these major techniques and major types of recommendation systems. That is the three types we searched. So some methods that you can use: AI based model, you can even use image processing, Python is really good when you start with a very small engine. And I think TensorFlow has a lot of libraries that you can use for this recommendation, just to start with as a small project or just trial models. And yeah, once you're really good with it, you can go with deep learning and of course hybrid recommendation system. So a very small quiz. Not sure if you guys really enjoy it, you can just go for it. Who are the users and the items for the recommendation system for these platforms? Like LinkedIn, if you see who's the user and who's the item. Do we have a product and do we have a user? Anyone can try out and send stuff in chat. Okay, if anyone wants to, can just send. Okay, you can look into the chat. We'll wait for like 30-40 seconds and then we can go ahead with the. Okay, so yeah, so LinkedIn user is member and item is also member. That is users and product. The product is also people and the user is also people. For Amazon, the users are members, that is we, and item is products that they're selling, right? Netflix user is us and item is movies. So and again, Facebook members. Why do we need to know this? Is user is the user, to understand the user aspect of it, and item is the content. So when you say content based filtering, you'll have to see the items, you'll have to compare these and then recommend. When you see collaborative filtering, you'll have to take the user into account and recommend that. So there's a first step when you try to implement your own recommender system. First, understand your website or your products, user and item, and then go for recommending. So just a small quiz. Again, perspectives, there are a lot of perspectives, and please understand every perspective before you go for it. SDE, as a PM, we are always at a position where there are four different perspectives around us all the time, and who are all the time telling you, do this, do this. You take all of their feedback and then you go and do something which is actually perfect. The same way the recommender system may have so many clicks, so many perspectives of the users, and then it has to sort and give a really good recommending. So yeah, we become what we behold, and we shape our tools, and thereafter our tools shape us. This is such a nice line, because we create a recommended system where we give algorithms to it, how it should go, and then that algorithm gives us some recommendation, out of which we take things, we buy things, we study things, we connect with people on the basis of these recommendations, and these really work, and then that is what shapes us. I connect with someone on LinkedIn on the basis of the recommendations given by LinkedIn, and then that person may help me so much in my career. So obviously we make some tool, and then the tool makes us. Such a nice line by John. So yeah, that is it for the day, and I think I really loved sharing all of the thoughts that I had, all of the logic that I knew, and I hope this very benefit to you too. And anything and everything you want to interact with me, it's namratamore.xyz. Just go on my website and connect to me on LinkedIn, Twitter, everywhere, and we can discuss a lot more than what we did today. So yeah.
Hi- where is she? Okay, maybe she left. But thank you, Namrata, for joining us. And now we have another amazing speaker, Sharba Roy. Uh, welcome, Sharba.
Thank you so much, Sharmi, and I'm very glad to be a part of this forum today. Super grateful to GDG, especially the DevFest and UK team for this opportunity. And I'm here
Uh,
to just speak to you about this topic today.
yeah, we are glad to have you on this platform.
Thank you.
Uh, yeah, now it's your platform. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let me share my screen and then let's go through. Okay, yeah. So today I'm here with all of you to talk about the topic of what does it take to build and maintain more secure products. And the idea of this presentation is to give you an overview of the ecosystem of the domain called product security, and also to keep certain key considerations that you may have for your products as you keep building them and maintaining them. So one note, so the views and opinions that I have in this presentation are my own, and they are not representative of any organization. So on that note, here we go. So, who am I? To begin with, I have had an experience of almost 9+ years in the field of cybersecurity, and currently I'm a governance product security engineer. My interests in the field of cybersecurity are primarily in governance, risk and compliance, and application security. I'm also a volunteer at heart. I love to give my time and efforts to different organizations in cybersecurity. I'm a member of VSIS and Empower Her cybersecurity, breaking barriers for women in cybersecurity, and InfoSec Girls. I love to read, write, travel, paint, and mentor. I'm very supportive of anyone who wants to shift to this field of cybersecurity, and I love to mentor and support them to the best I can. And I go with this principle of to create a curious, compassionate, and cyber smart world. So, on that note, let's get started. So first thing is like if you have read this Art of War by Sun Tzu, there is a principle that he shares in that book which is very relevant in cybersecurity, and it goes by this thought that if you know yourself and your enemy, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. Now, this cannot be more true in today's world where we have so many new features that are coming up in our products, and at the same time, the number of malicious threat vectors and actors out there are also growing exponentially. So, in this context, how does this principle apply to our world today? So first thing for you to consider, whether you're a developer or a product manager or anyone who's involved in the product life cycle in general, you have to first start with this thing of the fact that security is not just a feature in your product, it's a foundation to build your end users trust, and it's a way for you to ensure that they are protected. So how do you begin with that? So first thing is to know yourself better. So what happens is you need to first start with the thought that whether are you create or maintaining a proper product or asset inventory for your products as well. So what does this mean? So this could mean at a code level, are you maintaining your code properly in a way like in a secure code repository? At a product level, you have to see whether your infrastructure, the upstream and downstream relationships, are you documenting them? And also, like if you are using third party products, are you maintaining the proper software bill of materials or not? So first, in or like before venturing out, start with your product, try to see if you know your product well, and most importantly, once you have a proper asset inventory in place, you need to ask yourself, are you checking your products for known vulnerabilities or not? Because it's as good as an analogy of whether, like, if your product is if you have a very strong authentication mechanism for your product, but for example, if there is a known exploit for your product which is easily exploitable by a malicious threat actor, then things don't go well as you planned. So that's why it's very important to know your product in and out, know your product, and then know the known vulnerabilities in it. Next is know your enemy, know the threats. So first thing is like threat modeling. I know might seem like a little alien concept, but it is one of the most critical things that you can do for yourself and your products. And that starts with this mindset of what can I do to break my product. So no matter what position you are in the product life cycle, you need to start with this mindset, with this adversary mindset of how can you exploit your product. So that's why ask yourself, are you using threat modeling to think like an adversary? Next step is, are you thinking of misuse cases? Because I know that usually what happens is security for us is sometimes an afterthought. We think we still have that mindset of treating it like a non functional requirement, where functional requirements always take priority and then security is sometimes an afterthought. But I think over the last years, this thought for us as an industry is changing, where we are also considering the misuse cases with an equal importance as the functional use cases. So know your threats, and then like you again, you need not be the only person to think like an adversary. There's a great research community out there who have a collective intelligence from different programs. So if your product is reaching a lot of customers, a lot of end users, then are you leveraging the collective intelligence of the security community through a bug bounty or a vulnerability disclosure program? Because leveraging that will help you find the security issues much more quickly and much more efficiently than you would do it on your own. So that's why I think it's very important that for building secure products, you need to know your products and you need to know your threats. And for that, don't be alone. Try to reach out and ask help from the research community as well. So now, coming to the next aspect, what is product security? I'm sure that product security over the time has taken a very important place in cybersecurity, because this as a domain was not that prominent, at least even till the last few years. So, product security in general is like an interdisciplinary field of a lot of exciting areas in cybersecurity. So, I may be trying to also pitch this to you as a great career option as well, because it's like a superset of different areas in cybersecurity. So, why, in product security, let's first consider what are the different pillars that you have, or what are the different pieces of the jigsaw puzzle that fit together to form this domain. So, first is you start with the business objectives and end user trust. So, that's the most important thing that you have to consider for your product. Second aspect is when you're building your products, you need to have the right principles of security engineering, monitoring, and assurance. So, this means that um, you, like a real life example is, you have the right secure development principles in place. You are monitoring your product for any security issues, and also you're doing an elaborative pen testing, or an elaborative dynamic security testing methodology to ensure that whatever security practices you have taken into consideration, that's actually tested and validated. um, the other aspect is, like, now as products are reaching different market segments across the world, you have to also consider the technology risk and compliance and regulation. So, although it is not a typical security concept, but I mean, governance, risk, and compliance are something that's very, very critical for your product. So, do have that in mind. And then another big challenge that we are also seeing in the industry now is the supply chain security, where each of our products, it's not just one standalone product that we are using. We are sometimes having transitive dependencies with a lot of other products or open source software out there. So, supply chain security is something that's important, and your knowledge in that area is also important. Then, what's important is threat intelligence and security operations. So, um, out there right now, there's a lot of different threat vectors. There are, like, you might have heard of something called as a MITRE attack framework. So, you have to consider the different flows through which your product can be exploited by a malicious threat actor. And to ensure that you're ahead of time and you're aware of the threats, you need to bank on the security threat intelligence, basically. And in order to ensure that you're able to respond to those threats, you need to have a very strong security operations or incident response um, basically function built in to your organization. So these are some of the, like, different components of product security. Now let's talk about what are the key principles that you have to consider. First thing is, you want to definitely protect your end users. That is a no brainer there. Second thing is, when your product is failing, for example, it has to be it has to fail in a safe or secure manner. That means, for example, if I, as an end user, if I'm logging into your product, and suppose by any chance the product crashes, or the website crashes, then it should not be a way for you to, like, for me to for my session to end at that point. It should not be a way for me to uh, for the product to give out my information in a wrong way. Or you have to consider basically all the user flows and the user misuse cases as well. Secure by design, do a threat modeling, so that ahead, before you even start coding, you are aware of the possible threats and the possible negative flows in your product. Balance security with usability, definitely. I mean, that's a very, very key concept in product security, where we don't want to again overdo security to an extent so that the end user feels lost. And so you have to do that fine balance of security and usability, and then maintain or enforce least privilege. That means if there's a default user who's trying to use your product, that user should have the amount of privileges that they should need to do an operation. Don't give anyone, even your internal team, privileges that can be misused. So try to enforce least privilege. So, what are the key considerations on for product security? First thing is, um, like I wanted to come up with a checklist of some of the key things that you have to have in mind. First is threat modeling. So, as I told you, um, in very simple terms, it can be that can your product be abused by a malicious vector or an actor? And there are thousands of like free threat modeling courses which are available out there today, and also there are some great threat modeling tools and also methodologies there. So please consider threat modeling in your overall product life cycle. That's I mean, you it's not even a option right now. You have to do it if you can. Second is security in business logic. So basically, in all your end user flows as well as internal user flows, try to integrate security into the into your identity and business flows. And this applies to things like secrets management. It applies to things like authentication, authorization, and everything that you can consider. Then, are you adopting the right security engineering, monitoring, and assurance practices? That's something that I mentioned. Um, are you aware of the technology compliance and regulations applicable to your product? So here what you have to do is, for technology compliance and regulations, you may not be the only person who would be working on this. You might have to interface with your legal and communications team as well. So build that partnership with these teams as well, because this could be a case where, in case if there is a breach, or in case if there's a vulnerability that is exploited for your product, how are you going to communicate about it to your end users? What are the legal implications? What are the implications if you do not follow certain regulations? So you need to have a very strong relationship with your legal and communication team here. Supply chain security is very important. If you are using an vendor based product or a third party component, are you really checking it for open or known vulnerabilities? Sometimes what happens is, like whenever we are maybe doing a scan or something, if there are any third party issues, we do not pay a lot of attention to it. But right now, considering the way all these products are so tightly bound to each other, if you are try to fix the issues in your code base first of all. But if you have a dependency on a vendor, have a service level agreement with them so that they can fix the critical high, and at least the critical high and medium issues for your product, of for the like dependency that your product has on that open source product or component. And also leverage the open source community as well. Try to maintain a good relationship with the different developer communities so that you can share good practices around supply chain security. Because to be honest, right now that is one of it's going to only get more complicated and more I mean, one of the most critical areas it will become. So it's very important that you have a proper network of people with whom you can discuss and fix these issues. And then another thing that you have to consider is, do you have a robust incident response plan in place or not? and that's because in case, like, if there is a issue or a security vulnerability that is exploited, how fast are you able to actually detect it, how fast are you able to remediate it, and how fast are you able to release a new product version with the right release notes and the right documentation. So I'm sure, I mean, most of you might be aware of these different areas in bits and pieces, but I wanted to use this opportunity to at least give you an overview of some of the key considerations that you must have for product security. Now I think the most important question here is what it takes to build and maintain more secure products. So, first thing is, like, you need to have a proper secure development life cycle process for your products, and I think. There is, yeah. So, some of the key security issues that can happen in your product. So, I think there is a problem in in the way this is showing it. So, what I'll do is I'll try to share my screen, and then, sorry for that, because otherwise you're not able to see the. Yeah, I think this is better. Yeah, so what it takes to build and maintain more secure products. So, secure development lifecycle process for your products is key, and some of the major product security issues that are out there right now. I mean, and this is again a very generic view of the issues. So, one branch is the advanced persistent threat and emerging threats, basically. So this could be the malware, the ransomware, and other direct threat vectors. Some of them could be like inherent product security issues, which could be your own open vulnerabilities or product misconfiguration. The other aspect could be the supply chain attacks, which we spoke about. So, to build a framework around product security, you need to like basically build your product security profile. So, what are the key things that you should have in your product security profile? First is security by design. So, which is basically you have to do a architecture review for your product, you have to do a threat model, you have to consider social engineering scenarios. You have and right before you start the development, you have to consider the security compliance, privacy, and legal requirements. So these things are like the foundation for you to go ahead with your engineering practices. So in the engineering side of the house, you have to consider a secure code review. You have to manage the accesses for your internal users as well. You have to have these basic principles of separation by segregation of duties, basically, where if some developer is actually developing the code, there should be another person who is trying to deploy it, because that way nobody can like knowingly the insider threat can be managed, and nobody can just push anything into production. And then you have to do vulnerability scans. You have to have fix those vulnerabilities as well. It's not just important to treat this as a check mark and then you don't do anything about those vulnerabilities. So fix it. You might have a pen test program as well, and a bug bounty program as well. The idea of this is to leverage the intelligence of security researchers or security practitioners to find out security issues in your product before it is actually found out by a malicious threat actor. In terms of supply chain security, we have to consider the software bill of materials, which I mentioned, And then you have vendor security assurance as well. So that means having that those agreements with the vendor on how fast they can fix security issues. And then at your end, you have to also do a software composition analysis, so that you have a very clear understanding of what are the security components that can have that are part of your entire ecosystem, what kind of even transitive dependencies you might have on those components as well. Now, in terms of threat intelligence, have a very robust security monitoring program. Look at the industry trends which are happening, especially in the industry that you might be in the product segment that you might be in. So this is very, again, very specific area that you have to look at it. And then have a very robust product security incident response uh, like strategy in place, and also a practice in place, with a proper communication channel to your end users or your stakeholders in case things go wrong, or in case you are also updating your product. You have to communicate about those things properly in your release notes and so on. And as an oversight of how you are doing in these areas, you need to have the governance and reporting. So this is again a suggestion to all the product managers who are out there, that in order to measure how your security program is doing for your product, you need to have the right KPIs and KRIs in place. KPIs is the key performance indicators, KRIs are the key risk indicators, and there are many models out there that you can use for like building these metrics. So in order to maintain your secure products, so first thing is enforce security through processor controls. So this could be like automated quality gates in your DevSecOps pipeline, where if the security vulnerabilities exceed a certain threshold, then that build fails and then you have to repeat it. Or sometimes you can also like for the security engineers out there, you can build the compliance controls by you doing the by actually automating those controls as well, so that it's checked periodically for compliance, so which is called compliance by design, or you can build your compliance into the pipeline as well. Then iteratively perform security design, engineering, monitoring, and assurance activities on your product. It's not a one-off thing where so you can do that according to your release cycle, or according to like a particular cadence that your team is comfortable with. But please continue doing these activities iteratively, because if you do it and if you leave it, you never know what's coming ahead of you. So um, continuously I mean, doing these different activities in a cycle is a key. And then also like document about your product security practices and features to your end customers. So if there is a secure way of using your product, please communicate about this to your end customers. If like if you are also maybe you have to also have a channel through which your customers can communicate about their concerns about security and privacy. So you should have an open channel through which your customers or your end users can also communicate these things to you. So that's very important. I think to summarize all of this, um, start with the design, think like a adversary, try to do threat modeling. In your security engineering, I am sure like all the smart developers out there, you're very aware of the different security coding guidelines and also the different source code analysis, as well as secure code analysis, as well as software composition analysis tools. Please leverage them. Please try to see if that can please feel that importance to fix that as a responsibility to protect your end users. Then at the same time, for all the security champions and security engineers out there, please try to validate your products for security. Please try to look for issues in your overall supply chain for your product, and also try to automate different controls in your pipeline so that it can be easily validated, like as well as remediated. And also look for all the different threat intelligence vectors which might be applicable for your products. And for all the product managers out there, please try to at least have a basic structure around the security program for your products, and please try to also measure how you're doing by maintaining your KPIs and KRIs, and also uh, basically discussing or getting help from the industry as well. These are, some of the important aspects that I wanted to share with you, and this is maybe a summary of what it takes to build and maintain more secure products. I've not gone into the deep granularity of things because I wanted to keep this as a starting point for you to explore more in the areas that might interest you. So, next is, I think I want to take you to some of the additional reading that you might find useful. So, at Intel, we have a very robust, secure development lifecycle, and there's a white paper on that. So what I'll do is maybe and then, so I'll take you through those areas. There is the Intel security development lifecycle. Then there is very good blog by Cobalt, which is on the state of product security. And then there is a very great, uh, blog by Julian Cohen, which is on the product security framework. So this was, I think, all I had that I wanted to share with you in terms of what is what I consider as like some important factors for product security, and this could apply to any industry or any product segment that you might be associated with. So you can get in touch with me on LinkedIn. You can search by my name and then find me. I would love to support you, or support you in your career journey also in cybersecurity if you need some insights. So I would like to maybe end with this thought that stay curious, stay compassionate, and stay cyber smart. And thank you so much for your time and for your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiva, for giving such a great session on cybersecurity. Because right
Thank you.
now, in this digital world, we need this a lot. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you, Judy. Yeah, and thank you, Judy ji, for giving such a great platform to host this type of event. And hope to see you on other events as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you,
See you.
Sharmi. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.